Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club.
Here I come to save the day.
Jesus.
Fucker.
Tap dancing Christ, Maddie. Why do you do this? Why are you the way that you are? Why? You are. You're sick. All right. So, what do you think, Maddie? Does it look good? Here. Does it look good? You like that? Yeah. These are the other ones I've made that were test runs. Which color was this? Because I wanted to put labels on this. Okay, that's more blue. Oh yeah, that was the... So that's how I'm gonna, you know, the labels are gonna be actual paint. I figured out a way, or I figured out how I want to medium I put in there to get. So this was one without this medium, and this one I use a Gal Kid dryer, so you can see the color a bit better. This one here, I use this medium for the transparent ones at least. So, but these are just. Does it, Bun Bun Lady? I think I have great bone structure. What's in the fuck's in here? That's yellow. A lot of yellow. Pink Pony Club. Good. Good. Well, so my goal is to have the set on. Oh yeah, my plan was never to digitize it, Maddie, because it's not going to be accurate. There's a few companies that use actual paint on their labels. Williamsburg, for example, is actual paint. And so my plan was to always use paint. Now, the only question is, I don't think I can do. I don't think I'm going to do that with lead white, because this paint will kind of flake off a little bit. You know, so I might just leave that one as just a white label for the lead white. Where is this? Burnt umber. So yeah, but I think by Wednesday, yeah, and I might even just use titanium white on that one. We'll see. But so on Wednesday, I expect to have the mixing set ready to go. Or to be listed, you know. So that would be the 5 colors that I do the mixing streams with. I think this was titanium white. Yep. So tomorrow I'm gonna be doing I think a big batch titanium white and burnt umber. And then I think on Monday, I'm going to do a big batch of yellow and bismuth yellow and pyrrole red. What's in here? Yeah, that one's lead white. Okay. Good. Okay. How's using the machine going? Does it work well? Everything you hoped and more? Okay. I'll say it didn't exceed expectations. But it's not bad. So it makes making painting easier in the sense that the harsh physical side of molding is no longer there, right? But it's a lot of cleanup. So this is why I thought I was going to be able to stream it and haven't been able to stream it, is because the actual time molding on the machine is not that long. And a lot of the time is just cleaning up and getting shit sorted, right? So, like, and then for this ultramarine blue, I didn't use a stand mixer. I had to mix this by hand, and that took over an hour. Now, if I had a stand mixer, it would have cut this time down by like 70%, 80%. And so I might just use the stand mixer I have until I can afford another one to mix the paint up initially. Yep. So that part is extremely difficult, especially because I'm trying to use proper oil ratios and stuff like that. And that means that this paint seems very dry when you put it in the machine. How you doing, Pickles? Pickles, can you give Maddie a point, please? So that was very tiring, and that's why it took so long, right? And I did that for these other ones, but these were just small batches. I did 400 grams of pigment for this ultramarine blue batch. And it got me like 9 3/4 tubes, essentially. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get 10 tubes out of it because I'm holding to the volume, right? So I'm not going to shortchange a tube. So I got to figure out what to do with like extra paint. A little bit because of, each of these tubes is $1. So like I'm trying not to waste tubes and stuff like that, and I only need so many labels with this, so need to figure that part out a little bit, or get more exacting with it. So, but my first prerogative is to get the set out there, the mixing set out there. The ones I use for the mixing stream. Now, I got to figure out the price, but it's looking like it will probably be somewhere in the range of $60 to $70 for the 5 tubes. Which is, okay, for the level of paint that they are, is a damn great price, but I know it's still expensive. Plus shipping. And then I'm going to add the other colors associated, like that I have for my palette. So the quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, the pyrrole scarlet, pyrrole orange, ivory black, and yellow ochre are the other colors I'm going to be adding. But I'm prioritizing like the base 5 first. Know what I'm saying? Yeah. But that batch of 10 took me like 3.5 hours-ish to make. If I had the stand mixer, it'd probably be closer to 2. I mean, it's just a lot of work, Maddie. Between that and getting the labels sorted, getting the information, documenting all the information, right? Because I got to figure out what my costs actually are. I had to order more stuff yesterday. It's just a lot of work. Oh, And then I'm also testing out aluminum stearate in the paints. Because, so bismuth vanadate lemon has a lot of issues with separation. Same with lead white. And so there's this was the first batch I made. So thankfully we don't have any separation yet, but I'm trying to, I'm not going to be touching this until probably like a week in to make sure that the aluminum stearate is doing its job. So aluminum stearate is like, think of it as an emulsifier, Maddie. So it's supposed to suspend the pigment better in the oil and stop separation between the oil and pigment. Remember I joke about the oily discharge between pigment and oil? That is separation, okay? Separation is not a bad thing. However, with specifically lead white and aluminum stearate, what happens is you can get these like almost dry clumps inside. That makes it very difficult to get the paint out of the tube. Okay, this has been a big issue with bismuths and lead white. It also happens with cobalt pigments quite a bit, and I think it has to do with like the molecular weight of the pigment, like relative to the oil, right? Titanium white and ultramarine blue has some, but very minor. But I still using aluminum stearate. But so I'm simultaneously doing tests. Exactly. So shots like mayonnaise, right, is emulsified together, but if it's not emulsified properly, you'd see a separation of oil and like liquids in there, right? Because there's water, there's vinegar, there's stuff like that in mayonnaise, right? So that's why there's eggs in mayonnaise traditionally, because egg yolk is an emulsifier in those contexts. That's why they don't separate and they can be stored on a shelf. They also use other things for emulsification. But point being is aluminum stearate is in an additive, but you can see it's so little, so I don't really think it constitutes as a filler. Oh my god, Mud. But so on a good amount of these paints, I'm adding aluminum stearate. I'm not adding it to the burnt umber, because that I've never had separation issues with it. I've never had issues with the pyrols. So I'm probably not going to add it to those, but I still might do it to be safe. Oh, and I'm adding it to lead white. I'm also, something I haven't talked about before, but I'm adding some stand oil, a very small amount, to each paint, because of some archival benefits I've heard about. Even a 4% weight of oil going to stand oil makes the paint film more flexible. And frankly, the difference in flow is something that I don't think the regular person will notice. And there's also a benefit for people who use solvents. Because I know you fuckers are going to use solvents too. And if you use them with my paints, even that small amount of stand oil can help with sinking in. So. Pink Pony Club, I'm gonna keep on dancing. Where's my titty white? Hold on. Bell. Okay. Sweaty kind of day. Don't sniff solvent. Yeah, so the stand oil, Maddie, I read a study recently where they were testing stand oil and zinc specifically, and how stand oil was lessened the effects of zinc even at 4% by a significant amount. And so like the conclusion of the study, it was an actual like study, not like a schmuck on like YouTube doing like a non-controlled study. basically, the conclusion is even as little as like 2 to like 5% stand oil in the oil mixture can significantly improve the flexibility of the oil film over time, which is one of the biggest aspects of archival properties that you want. The more flexible your oil film is, the more resistant it is to cracking and things like that, which is the biggest issues. Have fun, Mud. So, you know, I'm doing a double whammy with trying to be archival. Like I said, there won't be a noticeable difference to. So most people don't use stand oil on its own because its flow properties are like honey, like a thick honey, which makes your like brush sticky, which it's not like pleasant to paint with on its own. It just isn't. Stand oil deliver. True. All right.
Badly.
Jamboree. Welcome in. Welcome in, Jamboree. You know, Jamboree, you could just say hello, friends. You don't have to separate me out, huh? Right? Right? Know what I'm saying? What? So you're saying is you don't want Pierre to be my friend? Yeah, Ricardo is not your friend. See, this is the separation that I'm talking about. Fucking bismuths. Jesus! Distru blast! That's true. What are you talking about, Jamboree? The oily discharge? I'm not gonna starve you, but don't eat the paint, you son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Well, you might have to, Distriblast. I might need more. I might need more. Okay. All right, our palette for today is like it normally is. Titanium white, lead white. This is cadmium yellow, which is same as bismuth vanadate yellow medium. I normally use the bismuth. The cadmium is because I got it for free. Pyrrole scarlet, ultramarine blue, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, burnt umber. Any questions? Good. No questions. All right. Let's do this. $47. Easy. Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Why is purple not called green? Ask the Italians, Pickles. Easy. Four cities that start with W. Alright. Let's go with Washington City, Washington, D.C., Waukesha. Oh my god! Census taker. And we'll go with Winnetka. And Wilmette. Done. Why are you a loser? Post your links now or else. I'm not offline. Oh, did you raid somebody else who was offline? Gotcha. Post your links anyways. And the only loser here is Greenbag. Kiskos. Thank you for the follow. All right, let's get started, huh? We should be finishing this today. And everybody, get ready. Like I said, I think that badly made oil paints will be on sale this week. I think a batch of badly made oil paints should be on sale this week. So save up your schmeckles, everybody. Post those links, Census. Good. Good. Everybody go take a look at this now. Oh, that's cute. That's very cute. Well done.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Chapow! Oh my god. Welcome in. Welcome in, Chapoud. Give us those links now. Or else. How you doing, bud? No worries, Senses. Thank you for the raid. Chapow! Get in there, you son of a... Give us those links. Grumble, grumble. Don't grumble me. Alright, you could also post your Instagram and stuff like that. I was closing the Oleo gel, Pickles. I was closing the Oleo gel. I'm not talking about my penis. Good. Everyone go follow Chapoud everywhere, including their OnlyFans. That's Census Taker. Sorry. Follow Census Taker everywhere, including their OnlyFans. Perfect. We're always talking about peen. I wasn't talking about peens. All right. Shall we get started? Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Fuck. Shit. Shit. Fuck. I gotta fix my light. Oh my god. What the hell? Lizzie. Lizzie, you goddamn sack of shit. Oops. Your finger slipped. My ass it did. Good. Oh, that's really cool, Chapoud. Well done. Are those acrylics or are those oils? I bet, Lizzie. ICC. Chapow! Everyone go follow Chapoud's Insta now. I've been following him for decades. So should you. No worries, Chappelle. Thank you for the raid, bud. Don't. Lizzie. Uh-uh. Ink pony clue. I'm gonna keep. Pickles, come on! Pickles, you're supposed to be on my side here. Against the great evil that are a majority of my viewers. Mwah. Fine. Alright. I guess Pickles is joining the dark side? Are you joining the dark side? Are you no longer a sweet little angel? Hi, Omizu. How are you? Yeah, Mizu, sorry that there wasn't a paint making stream. I can elaborate if you're curious on the logistical issues. I want to do one or to stream it. There's a lot of difficulties that I did not realize was going to. The mystery bags came in. What was in them? Which cadmium? Hopefully a good yellow. Yeah, Amizu, it's just so the amount of time that the machine's actually running is about 20 minutes. And then the rest of it is me like cleaning and measuring shit and not very like it's tough for camera angles and also to not show myself. So I've been wrestling with those aspects. Yellow orange, that's not a bad color. Yeah, no, it's no worries. I wasn't like offended. I just want to, I know I was talking about doing that and I wasn't able to deliver that. Yeah, it's gross and tiny, Lizzie. Wait, quinacridone red? That's a color I'm very curious about. How close is that to alizarin? Wear a mask? Yeah, it's not even about that though, necessarily. Hi, Sir Grooves a lot. Doing fine, just fine. Okay, I'm curious about that one. Okay. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Yeah, I'd love, I'd love to see it. Try it. If it's a good pigment, mind you. I could do a special batch. No, I only use oils. And occasionally watercolors, but um, yeah, I'm not an acrylic boy. What have you done, only girl? Where? And that it's labeled as like the name you wrote Quindo Red. Is that quinacridone red specifically, or is it a different name that I'm not? Hmm. Quindo Red is the brand name. It's quinacridone. Oh, it's just quinacridone. Okay. Oh my god! So it was 85 salt. Holy shit! Now that's huge. How you doing, Salt? Pony Club. I thought it was more than what we were what you originally mentioned. Oh my god, Mud. That looks a lot larger than Salt's. It's the girth. That's what it is, or the power couple. Welcome back home, Mud. I mean, Salt. Does it? Hi, Dia. Nice to see you. Yeah, Drez, if you find one that's very desaturated, please let me know on the yellow ochre. I'm looking for one that has as little red as possible. No worries, Salt. Have fun. How are you today, Dia? Yeah, please let me know on that because that's a big one I'm looking for. I'm doing fine. Making a lot of paint, Dia. I don't know if you saw this on the Discord, Dia, but we did a big batch of ultramarine blue yesterday, but this is how the label looks. This is how I'm gonna sell them. Ingredients on the back. Yeah. Oh, god damn it. I forgot to change that. God damn it. Yeah, I'll fix that. Good catch. It's PB29. Yeah, I realize I've been going between Burnt Umber and this one for formatting reasons. I'll just put a new label on top of that. God damn it! But good catch. But yeah, the basic mixing sets should be available. Which one is that? Not familiar with PR57. Pink pony clone. Litho-rubine. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not interested in that. I'd be interested in ones that are that I could do a special run that are still quality, right? Because the reason why I would do a special run is in case that people like it, and I would add it to like a special edition paint that I offer. Mm-hmm. £30 of it. I mean, are you gonna use it at all? I mean, like, would you make like, are you gonna make color like fading colors? I guess it's different though for acrylics a little bit though. It's calming. But now you have £30 of it. Which one do you have £30 of? Or was that the total order that you got for free? Oh, they sent you 30 in total. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like you're just talking like chalk and stuff like that. Silica. I mean, silica, that's pretty expensive actually. Silica's not that cheap. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I just remembered a just remembered a horrible memory. I don't remember any. Did you do that? Oh my god. Jesus. Why don't I remember that? Hearing weird noises. not need to. All right.
And that's a fact.
All right, Schmuckleberry. Oh my God, Tommy. Yeah, so let's go with pigment. We'll do some pigment currency history. So pigments back in the day, you're not talking real back in the day, were a huge source of wealth all across the world. Specifically for religious aspects for Aboriginal tribes in like Australia, Africa, kind of early civilizations, right? So basically, what dictated wealth of tribes and communities across these areas was the abundance and quality of pigments in their area. If you're familiar with like the Maasai tribe in Africa who paint their skin red, that is actually a red ochre that they're using. And a lot of the prized red ochre had amounts of mercury in it that made it shine and glisten more. And that's literally what they would paint their skin. This is also true in Australia as well. Sorry. And to the extent that wars were fought over this, this was a big point of contention between tribes. But basically, trading pigments was one of the biggest indicators of wealth and power of these groups. And then this extends into the civilizations, right? So why was like the ports in Italy during the Renaissance. So, like, why was it a cultural center, right? Well, because it was a trading center, right? That's where the major docks from Asia would kind of start off in. And all the pigments would go through there. And we're not talking like a small part. We're talking about major portions of economic factors being directly related to pigments. So another example of this is Spain. Spain, when they colonized the Americas, their number 2 export with regards to money was cochineal, the beetles that made the red dye. In money, number 2 to silver. So more than spices, more than, frankly, slaves, more than other exports that they did. Their number 2, as the empire was cochineal red. Specifically. And basically, civilizations could rise on just the basis of pigments alone because of the amount of money required for it. Pliny the Elder in Europe had a diary that talked directly about, you know, he was a pigment dealer. And they were importing pigments from Egypt. Oh, that's cool, Tommy. Hi, Nordic. I'm doing well. How are you? So there's a very interesting history. Now, a lot of times pigments related to, like for the Aboriginal tribes, the reason why they painted their skin were for religious and therefore societal reasons. So yeah, we'll leave it at that. Nordic, how are you? I'm doing fine, just fine. Making paint, chewing gum, and I'm all out of gum. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Nordic. Anything I could help with? Would you like me to ban Greenbag? We could always ban Greenbag. Oh, you want to ban Greenbag? All right, good. All right, good. Pickles, can you permanently... Yeah, Pickles, can... or Shasta, can you permanently ban Greenbag forever and rid the world of that demon? Good choice. Good choice, Nordic. Good choice. All right, good. Wait, oh my god! No! My one weakness! No! But Nordic, take a look at this. Best paint in the world. Best paint in the world. Oh, no, wait, move it this way. Move it this way. Yeah, it's ultramarine blue. That is this color. Right there. For sale at a local internet near you soon. Soon. But are you taking it easy now? Now it's the weekend. Serious note though. That is tough. I mean, you know, it's part of like the responsibility to understand what your limitations are and to relay that as a friend too, though, you know? But it's still a lot of responsibility, right? When it's your friend. It's not an enviable task. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's not an enviable position. It's definitely not an enviable. Yeah, I mean that's. I think that's a very healthy approach. I wish it was less stressful for you, but unfortunately, sometimes you know there's only so much you can do. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. I heard it. It came up on my feed a couple times with that in the background. And I was just like, God, the song. Pink Pony Club. What have you? Pink Pony Club. Damn it, Nordic, you reinforced it by singing with me. Damn it, Nordic. I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee.
Badly.
that's how I imagine you say. Oh my god! Gunner! That's true. That's true, Nordic. Karaoke stream? How expensive do you think a Chappelle Roan outfit is? I could dress up one of the skeletons in a Chappelle Roan costume. I can't help it. It haunts my dreams, Nordic. Haunts my dreams. Yeah. But it works. It works. Already haunting me. Yee yeehaw! That was my another impression of you. Going really southern. Ooh. I'm having wicked dreams. Oh, what have you done? That was, yeah. I took a drink of my coffee and I smacked my lips together. I know it's a disturbing sound. Just a little thunder and lip smacks. That's quite the combo, actually. Thunder lips. This isn't Rocky 3 Bionics Grits. And yes, I recognize that name immediately.
Badly.
Frankie Viking, welcome in. I was gonna say, Thunder Lips was my porn name. And my prostitution name. I worked the mean streets of Rockford, Illinois. Hi, Frankie. Thunder thighs, lightning lips. You're talking about my dream woman, Nordic. Dream partner, I should say. My dream partner. Sounds like quite the deadly combo. Outside of just being a good person. You know what? Good person trumps all of that. Good person trumps all of that. How are you today, Frankie? Oh, what have you done? I'm a pink pony girl. Doing all right? Well, yeah, but Ricardo's an asshole, Frankie. Foxy Amore, Bristol Beth. Both good names. Foxy Amore works for me. I would look at that porn, Nordic. Based on the name, of course. What happened? Pink pony gun. Way too much quinacridone. Not too much yellow. Too much. For legal reasons. What? So you're saying is Foxy Amore is too risky of an actress where they could only be filmed on national waters? That's what you're telling me? Because that's awesome. That's awesome. Count me in. Foxy is too frisky for land. Is too frisky for land. Okay. Do you have this Foxy's number? And are they single? Subnautic theme. It sounds like this actress should win an Academy Award. Definitely. Pink Pony Club. Insomniac. Thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. If you have any concerns, leave them at the door. Leave them at the door! But yeah, if you have any questions, please. Thank you, Insomniac. Yeah, we have a live model for this. We have a live model. That's Ricardo Montobone. Real asshole. Really whiny. Frankly, one of the worst sitters I've ever had. Still better than Lizzie, though. Rude. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Mud. Like the Proco is that YouTube drawer, right? Drawer is a weird. Yeah, it is. Drawer. Drawer. Silence of the Clams. Little Mermaid. Motion of the. God, these are great names. We all love it. You got a real knack for these pervert names, Nordic. Good work. Now, where can we get these films and see these films? That's what we're all wondering. Draftsman or Droughtsman? First one. But where can we avoid these sick, perverted films, Nordic? Where? Just so we know where, where we shouldn't go. For our own protection, we need to know. Good. All right, Roger. All right, so I should avoid Roger. Wink. Wink. Wink wonk. Not a drawing. There. That's what you're telling me, Amizu? To do. Drawing. Drawing. Pink pony. Proco is loco. I've heard. Somebody has recommended Proco to me. I just don't study drawing at all, so it's just not really a use for how like the learning path I'm taking. So Proco is weird. Why do you like is? Why do you say that, or is that like a saying for them? I don't really know much about them. It just feels like a detached art entity. So that's not based upon your like your personal experience or your observation. Just more about the nature of like I guess that's more on commentary on like the nature of like YouTube authoritative teachers. It's a very good channel to study anatomy with all the and all, but the thing is that I don't really like to study at all. I do, Nordic. Absolutely, I do. Like a scripted drawing and so on. That's why I kind of. That's part of the reason why I think learning or a lot of classes from. I'll say teaching approaches I have seen on YouTube and like Patreon and stuff. I've been skeptical of in the past because it's just like a scripted procedure can offer some guidance, but I don't think it's a commonly great way, a great approach for people. But then again, if it works for the people and that's how their preferred method of learning, that has value. Well, Proco's huge, right? Like that's a huge channel. Well, I'll say this, Amizu. I don't 100% agree with that with observation, developing your own way is best. What I will say is that understanding what your method of learning is will triumph over just a generic approach that somebody teaches you, right? So, for example, I'm a visual learner. I know I'm a visual learner, right? So doing like a text-based course on shit is less effective with me than a visual like mimicry observation one. But there are people who are quite the opposite, right? So I think first and foremost you have to understand right what's most effective for your own learning. Correct. I do agree with that though. That like when I've said this before, if you're getting art lessons from somebody, you have to be completely fine with painting like them or drawing like them or adopting them stylistically. You have to be comfortable with that fact that their point of view will lead you to what they do. It's not going to lead to something unique, right? Right. I do agree with that, Amizu. Well, so Busker, but see, I'll say this: there is value in instruction, right? But it depends on the level and type of instruction, right? So, like, for example, I offer a lot of instruction on this channel. What do I offer? I offer a lot of information about materials, philosophical approaches, right? So, not necessarily how you should paint, but philosophically, what the, in my opinion, approach should be for what you are trying to do, right? So like I've talked about, I paint what I see. I just said I don't really paint, I don't draw, I don't learn because it's not a priority for me, right? But that's a philosophical thing, right? Well, I will contend though that there are people that it's distinctly not, right? So like I guess my point being is it's not the appropriate way to teach is not monolithic on any subject. However, a monolithic approach for certain people will lead to good results. Now, the key is the instruction is when do they separate from it and understanding that it's an individual tool instead of a way of approaching it philosophically in its entirety. But I think that's what gets lost a lot. Well, good, Busker. But I also like, I kind of approach these things like in the style of like engineering thinking, where it's like I want to convey that there are concepts that are beneficial to understand that will increase your capacity to understand the art that you do and how to approach it. Right? This is why I do contend that like individual, like thinking about like I've heard this a lot where it's like, what's the technique to like paint fur? And I tell them there is no technique. Like there is not, like, it's not like this thing where you learn techniques to paint individual things, right? You learn you learn something more generic and philosophically sound with an approach. So what you do paint looks like fur. I agree with that 100%, Omizu. That I agree 100% with. But what I will contend is there are people who will benefit from that person who touts the 100%, like everybody needs to do it this way, right? Because how that person teach will be beneficial. Now, this is the tricky part, right? Is how do you understand that that is the correct path for you to take? And that's something I can't really I can't explain to people. How do you know what your best route to learning is, right? So I guess that's an argument for your point of stumbling across until you do that, but there are pitfalls in that as well, right? Obviously. Right. I do agree with that, you know, obviously. I will put that a step further. I think one of like the saddest things, and I think this, like, I don't want to say ruins a lot of artists, but I think it ruins the experience a lot of artists have. Because they lose their passion because they've lost the freedom of enjoyment. Actually, more movies include H2O, Wet and Wild, okay, Steamy Swimming, good, Bedtime Backfloat, Wavelength, Wetness, and so on. Very good. Very good. I would watch all of those films in their entirety like a pervert. Akin to martial arts schools, yeah. Well, that's why, like, Bruce Lee, right, was like revolutionary to that as a subject, where he understood that it's like philosophical concepts in combination, right, increase your understanding. Naval Academy. I don't know what you're referencing there, Jamboree. Oh, fuck you, Salt! No! My mom is a saint and a pervert. My mom is definitively a pervert. I am my mother's son. But thank you, Dia. I appreciate that. My mom is wonderful. Wonderful woman. That is true, yeah. Talk with her all the time. That's Pope's. I would say it's probably 50-50 on the Saints. It's where I belong. Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on. I was only speculating. Gosh. That museum, though, looked pretty cool, Salt, by the way. Looked pretty cool. Gersh! Have you heard of the YouTuber painter David Kassan? I have not, Omizu. Not many things are cool. Yeah, but the stuff you did show looked pretty cool. And I think museums, like, obviously are hugely limited by their budget, right? But they're trying their best. Yeah, I get that. In Arkansas. Arkansas, you mean? I will destroy you. Yeah, I get that. It really hasn't gone out of style. That's pretty much a lot of the South, though. I hate that shit so much, Salt. That pisses me off. The hypocrisy of that is so unbelievable. It makes me want to, like, punch through my walls. I would probably dislike this guy, Omizu, I bet. Frankly, a vast majority of YouTube oil painters that I came across, a shocking amount just do no research. Are you talking about what Mr. Salt said, Dia? Yeah. Well, that's why. So, like, I talk about Draw Mix Paint, Omizu. Draw Mix Paint. Where he he's a guy who knows a lot of good stuff, but he teaches a methodology of painting that brings you to hyper realism fairly quickly. But it seems so devoid of anything that brings me joy in painting that I can't support it. But if you're one who enjoys hyper realism, then that's the way you go. I mean, but that's what it entails. He has a pretty huge following. Well, it's kind of an interesting state of social media in art where people are generically more impressed by hyperrealism, and there's plenty of skill in hyperrealism. Billiam Babel, oh my God! Welcome in, Billiam. What do I owe this pleasure? This immense pleasure. By the way, Salt, we got to start thinking about the oil paint commercial. Billiam. Yeah, see, I can understand it's impressive. It just takes away everything I find joy in about painting. That's right, Joanna Rose, and now you're stuck here forever. Nope, they're gonna have to talk or else. Thank you, Billiam. Billiam, post your links or else. I'm doing well. How was your stream? What were you working on? Post those sweet, delicious links before we have a problem. This is a robbery. This is a legally binding robbery, according to my legal counsel, Dia. Oh, Lord! Good job, Jamboree. Good. Joanna Roses? Good. Well, they are... Joanna is stuck here forever. You are stuck here forever, Joanna. This is a legally binding robbery. Give us the links. Yes, I want to see the tax. God damn it. This is a legally binding robbery. According to my legal counsel, Dia. You're goddamn right it is, Billiam. Well, that's the thing, right? Omizu, that like there's no like it really it tries to take away any creativity. Or else. And for any oil painters out there, keep an eye out for this new paint brand. I just found it, everybody. They're going on sale probably on Wednesday. Okay, brand new brand called Badly Made. Don't forget to check them out. Badly Made oil paints, new sponsorship. Check them out. Professional grade paints. Good, Billiam. Wednesday for the set, yeah. For the mixing set. Oh, that's cool. That's a good map. The ritual chamber. Nice. I don't know what you're talking about, Salt. This is a independent company that likes what I do. Both, Dia. The first things that are going to be sold are going to be sets. So on Wednesday, I'm trying to get the 5-color set that I do in those color mixing streams. So it'll be titanium white, bismuth, vanadate yellow, lemon, pyro red, ultramarine blue, and burnt umber. It'll be on fourth wall initially. Yeah. So I will be selling lead white in the two people in the United States, Joanna. So I use lead white, and I am making it. See my Instagram for my last one being made. I am not going to send it across the country or make it for sale across country lines because I know there's issues specifically in Europe with lead white. Yes, they do ship internationally, Dia. Lead white, hold on, Dia. That's just for lead white. Everything else can be shipped worldwide. Right now, so Joanna, for lead white, I have to do more research because this is a possible legal issue of sending lead white to the European Union, specifically. A general person cannot buy lead white pigment in Europe. You actually have to, as you probably know, right, you have to go through some extra steps. So, specifically, lead white, I have to refrain from worldwide, but every other color. All right, the UK is not. So, I could send lead white to the UK. But the European Union... But the first set that's coming out, the one I'm prioritizing first is titanium white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, pyro red, ultramarine blue, and burnt umber. That's right, Jamboree, the black spot market. But other colors that are going to be offered are going to be lead whites, pyrrole orange, pyrrole scarlet, phthalo blue, quinacridone magenta, yellow ochre, ivory black, and I am looking into a alizarin crimson alternative. That could be quinacridone red. It could be anthraquinone red. I'm looking into a more red version of essentially quinacridone magenta. But yeah, those are pretty much the extent of the colors I'm going to be offering. There might be special editions of other colors, like test colors that might come on there. They won't be a part of sets though, because I'm going to be doing 3 sets. We're going to be doing the full palette as a set, the 5-color set that I just talked about, and the Zorn palette set. Yes, Dia, but also, if you were to do that, just make sure you message me and I could accommodate that as needed. Squirrel Hand Black, for example, yep. So, okay, yeah, so the initial price, so I'm still working on prices, okay? This tube of ultramarine blue has roughly $7.50 in material cost for me as it stands right now with my buying power. $7.50 to make this tube. I'm guessing I'll probably be selling this for roughly $13 to $15, somewhere in that range. Burnt umber is probably going to be $12-ish. Titanium white is probably going to be $12-ish. The variables are, I don't have a good estimate on pyrrole red, and I don't have I don't know what bismuth vanadate yellow cost will be yet, because those could be in the range of $12 to $15 of materials alone for the tube, because this is just all pigment and oil. So none of these have any fillers. They have a 0.5 gram at most of aluminum stearate in them on average. And not every single one of those, mind you. But that's on a specific few. But there is nothing. So these are the paints that I use for myself that I'm selling first. Enjoy your dinner, Mud. So I have to understand pricing, but I'm guessing for the 5, it will be somewhere around $75, $70 to $75 for the set, plus shipping, for the 5-color set. But it is going to be that's still a better price than the closest comparison of like Rublev. So like my paints are most equatable to Rublev, which doesn't use any fillers or anything like that. And you know, I'm keeping my prices cheaper than them without the buying power. But I have to see what the pie roll cost is, Amizu. I have to verify what my bismuth cost is. Uh, 41 milliliters, Amizu. 41. Now, I would recommend Amizu for anybody who's used like if you're coming from like your experiences of like Windsor and Newton or Gamblin, these paints, pigmentation and strength will rock your balls off. So what you would see if you were using if you are accustomed to those, you will see that like to mix these with like a cheaper version, you'll need a lot more of the cheaper version to mix appropriately. Rock your balls off? Oh, rock your fucking balls off. Get ready. Well, no. Well, then use my watercolors pickles and regrow them so that they can be rocked off. What am I missing here? It is. Exactly, Jamboree. You get it. So, oh, sorry. Getting back to my point, Amizu. You'll need, like, generally, you could use the Windsor Newton as your, like, filler paints, to be honest. Depends on how thick you paint, right? But if you go through a lot of paint, you might want to invest in some chalk and some oil to use as a filler. Just so you don't like just keep on going through my paints. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love you guys to use my paints as much as possible, but I understand that like it's not, they're not cheap. You know, I'm gonna sell them for kind of as cheap as I can do and pay myself reasonably. But you know, there are ways that you can extend the paint. So like you could literally just buy ground chalk, Amizu, on Amazon and buy linseed oil and mix those two together, right? Like, you know, when I bring out the impasto medium, you make yourself essentially an impasto medium, and you could thin out the paints as you want for what you need to help you save, you know, some cost, if that's what you're interested in doing. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, my goal is to make good paints and good pigments accessible, right? And like, I'm not, obviously I'd want to sell as much paint as I can, and like if it can turn into a business, I would love that. But like, I'm not counting on it because first and foremost, I use these paints. These are the paints I use. Hayes OP, thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. So like, you know, if nobody buys my paints, it's not the end of the world because it will help me make my own paints forever. Well, I would appreciate your business, and I will say it's a better. I would argue or contend that what I'm doing is a much more worthy, um, worthy investment than a company like Windsor and Newton. Yeah. So to give you perspective, though, if I charge $75, if it turns out to be $75, the same 5 colors in Windsor and Newton for 37 milliliters, so 4 milliliters less, roughly 10% less paint, would cost you probably. They don't even offer Pyrrole Red though, or Bismuth a yellow technically, I think, but they would probably be in the range of $60 for those 5, 60 to probably 60 to 70. So, you know, frankly, it's going to be similar to cost of Windsor Newton anyways for a much higher level of paint. So I appreciate that, Amizu. And if you know anybody else who might want to, please let them know. And just use the phrase line. These paints will blow your fucking balls off. Well, thank you, Amizu. Literally, yep, exactly. So if anybody needs their dick and balls blown off, use badly made paints. Hell no. No, 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 no. What just happened? All right, good. Good, Amizu, good. I gotta start thinking of lines for the next commercial, Jamboree. I gotta start thinking of lines for the next commercial, so. All right, I think we're due for a break. I think everybody's a little bit emotional right now, so I think we should take a little break. All right, you're being a little emotional, Jamboree. Little bit emotional. I think you just need to relax. Okay, settle down. All right, settle down. While we take a little break. I know, Pickles. Pickles, you need to relax. This is what I'm talking about with the I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, that's a good callback. All right. You're just coming across aggressive and emotional, okay? And the best way to calm down people who are emotional and aggressive is to tell them to calm down. You're being hysterical. Okay? You put the problem back on them. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to run ads and see you on the other side. See you on the other side. All right, there we go. That's my Adele song for the day. All right, we'll see you in 5. Oh god, I'm back! Oh god! Oh my god! Get pranked, nerds. The prank bastard is back. The prank bastard is back.
Prank him, John.
Done been pranked, Maddie. Who pooped? Who pooped from that ridiculous prank I just did? Tell you I'm sorry. Raise your hand if you pooped your pants. Few hours, Maddie. Few hours ish. We might not even finish today. Who knows? We'll see where we're at, like the 5-hour mark. Hello from the other side. Ew. How dare you? How dare you, Maddie? Dare. How dare you? How am I gonna know? Man, it is hot in there. Is it? I haven't gone outside today. Who goes outside? Who goes outside? Hi, Silver. Hope you're well. Tell you I'm sorry. Currently, I don't know. By the way, Silver Grains, did you see this? Silver Grains. Silver Grains. There we go. Who wants to buy the first official tube for $3 million? I'm going to run a special, everybody. You could buy the first tube of badly made paints for $3 million. Okay, that's a bid of $3 million from Maddie. Okay, good. That's $3 million from Maddie. Are you gonna do the full set, Maddie? Like the full set? Including the Zorn? I mean, I'm gonna make... Alright, the ones I'm regularly gonna sell are gonna be... 5, 9, 10, 11, 12? 12 colors? I don't know. So it's going to be... Okay. I'm no longer going to be doing a warm yellow like this. I'm not going to be doing a warm yellow like this. Most likely. So my main palette is going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 colors. Plus Pyrrole Red, 9. Plus Pyrrole Orange, which is 10. Yellow Ochre, 11. Ivory Black, which is 12. So I'm going to be offering 12 colors in total. It's just going to be pricey. I would say... Oh my god! It would be about what you would want, what you're planning on doing. Why Pyrrole Orange? So there are specific situations in painting where I cannot hit oranges of a certain saturation and brightness. Oh my god, John. So Pyrrole Orange fills a specific like hole in this palette. Okay. It's pretty much the most significant gap in the palette. But it's a not very significant gap. So I would suggest not even bothering with Pyrrole Orange. But see, I'm offering Pyrrole Orange, Maddie, because could use it from time to time. So I want to have access to it. Oh yeah, I gotta apply for that Blick the Blick like affiliate thing. Because then you can order it through my link. Yeah, so I mean, like, I would probably just recommend you, because Maddie, I'm not gonna really like. So for the sets, I'm probably gonna like make it cheaper, but I can't really make it that much cheaper. You get what I'm saying, Maddie? So like, you could buy them individually. So in this case, you would buy Burnt Umber, Phthalo Blue, Ultramarine Blue, Quinacridone Magenta, Pyrrole Red, or Pyrrole Scarlet, and then the Bismuth Lemon Yellow, and then Titanium White. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff, John. I'm sorry. Sorry you can't. Well, I appreciate that, Maddie. Well, then, yeah, then buy every single one of them. But no, so point being, Maddie, is like, yeah, I mean, the paints I'm offering are the paints I use, and I feel that I have a specific need for. The ones that are least needing are the yellow ochre and ivory black, and that's just for the context of that you want to do a true Zorn palette. You get what I'm saying? Other than that, those two colors are pretty are not really needed for anything. You have to be a complete maniac son of a bitch. How you doing, Fox Girl? Blue is for the weak. I mean, blue, purples, and greens, right? And a decent orange. Did you see this, Fox Girl? Did you see the first? I did mess up this label. The pigment number's wrong, but that's how it's going to look. So get ready. The first set will probably be out this week. First set will probably be out this week. The basic mixing palette. B29, yep. Well, it's because I have two of the labels made up right now, but I've been going back and forth because I was printing off. I was doing the basic one in burnt umber, and then just like, you know, copy or filling out the new information for the ultramarine blue, but I forgot to change that pigment number. A rare miss. Yeah, $3 million, Shasta, and you can own the first tube from the badly made paint company. In 10 years, that will easily quadruple in value, easily. In 10 years. So if you want to set yourself up for life, if 3 million wasn't enough for you, if it's not too late, maybe move the logo up a little. So I couldn't move it up, Maddie, because there's a dot on there that I didn't want to cover up. So you see that here. So you see that dot. Fuck. I could get rid of that little dot and move it up more. Yeah. I could get rid of the dot, though. But I could get rid of that dot, Maddie, and move it up a little bit more. It might make things look a little better. I have to reprint that one. I've only put that label on the one. Not much, Fox Girl. I would say through the entirety of the process, I lose about 5%. Because you scrape off the rollers, Fox Girl. I scrape off the rollers before I clean them. So you don't really lose much off of the rollers. There's some that falls off or gets into like areas that you can't really get to. Um, but it's really not. The loss is not terrible. Well, so I was able to do 10 tubes at once yesterday, Fox Girl, with the ultramarine blue, but you can't put all that on the rollers at once, okay? But I just have to scoop on, like, you know, and keep track of the portions that haven't been through the rollers. But doing that much pigment, so volume wise it's going to be the same, right? So um not bad. So not long on the machine, Fox Girl, probably about 20 to 30 minutes on doing machine work. The issue was is I didn't have a stand mixer, or I wasn't using a stand mixer to initially mix the oil and pigment. So, you know, it loosens up as it goes through the machine, Fox Girl. But before that, think of it as like it's thicker than like it's almost putting out like clay, like non-wet clay. It mixes to that consistency initially. Okay? And it loosens up as you mill it more. But so doing that by hand is a real pain, and I had to do that for like over an hour for that big batch of ultramarine blue. Now, ultramarine blue is a specific example where it's really bad. But trying to get an exact amount of oil in there means that you generally mix it to a very stiff paste. And so that's why a stand mixer saves a lot of time and effort. But I was like sweating. It was like, you know, you're just constantly like just smushing down with palette knives and stuff. I wouldn't use. I would use like a dough hook, Maddie, a dough hook. Initially for that. Cleanup has gotten better as I've understood things more, but like cleanup is still like a solid half hour. So like cleanup is annoying, but it's not, you know, not the end, not the end of the world. tell you. I do want to stream the paint making. It's just difficult right now. Honestly, and I don't think at the current and how I currently have it would be a particularly exciting stream because I'd also be limited to how much I could talk. Oh, cool. I will take a look at that after stream. I had never heard of that. I thought you were just like, yeah, initially simplifying quinacridone when you said that. Come and get your love. Interesting. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what it looks like. But you said it's not even light fast though, right? Oh, that one is? Quindo is? Okay. Completely okay. How much of that did you have? That's how much of it. That's a lot. Do you have the just pigment or is it dispersion? First one's free, true. It's pigment? Is the pigment causing that corrosion? Oh, it's from 1986? Jesus Christ. That's Nguera gave that to you? Without, Oh, did you ever get that pigment book, by the way? Did you ever do anything with that? True, Shasta, true. Maybe the knees. What the fuck? I can check. I haven't checked since I told you about that. Franquita! Franquita! Quinta. Welcome in. If you have any questions, please let me know. If you have any complaints, don't even bother. No complaints ever! Hi, Franquita. Franquita. So no complaints, okay? No complaints. Not ever since that day. Oh my god! Greenbag, you bastard. Interesting. I'm curious what it is. What do you want, Greenbag? But Franquita, if you have Franquita, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I will answer anything. Well, you're a sociopath. You're clearly a sociopath who beats up a crying man, a violently sobbing crying man.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god! The ghost of Flapkin Lane. Welcome in. Don't make me... You better watch it, Ghost of Lampkin Lane. I won't hesitate to exercise a ghost. I won't hesitate to exercise a ghost if I need to. Welcome in. What were you working on? Be careful what you wish for. Some doodles. Cool. Share your links in front of the Raiders. They asked for it, Maddie. They asked for it. You have no idea what. You just brought piss to a shit fight, Ghost. Oh, God. Art tax now. Or else. You just brought piss to a shit fight. That is the best kind of fight? Alright, well then, alright, well. Fair enough. Then you might actually enjoy the exorcism process. Give us your links. This is a robbery. This is a legal robbery according to my my legal counsel, Dia. Pissed off and pissed on. Well, you have no idea what you're in. You don't know how I exercise ghosts. Well, you're going to have to create one, Ghost. You're going to have to create one right now and then share it. Or else. Hi, Miss Madison Madness. That's a good name. For anybody who doesn't know, I do oil painting. Blah, 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 blah. We're painting from life. That's Ricardo Montobone. That's Ricardo Montobone. I have not noticed that, Maddie. Good. All right. Good. Everyone go follow the Ghost of Lambkin Lane or else. That was very cute. Very cool. Well done. I like your art style. Oh, is your wife? I see, I see. You talking about penises, Miss Madison Madness? This is the penis stream? Talking about your penis. No, little. Oh, okay, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I enjoy your style. There's something kind of like nostalgic about it, I have to say, Ghost. It reminded me of some like Adult Swim-esque at times. Animation. Very nice. Very nice. Enjoy your poop. Enjoy your poop. Oh, okay, so the boring kind. The boring kind, MK Lovecraft. Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, forgot. Thank you, Jamboree. Come and get your love. We're not going back to that time when for a day they allowed penises and boobs. What a time to be alive that was. And then a bunch of incels had to ruin it. Anyone else remember the before times? Well, was it because it was a bunch of fucking incels that were like mass reporting people, or just like so one of our friends, Jess, the nice lady over there, wonderful streamer, was just doing like tasteful nude art that day. She got mass reported and banned for like a few days because of that horse shit. And then they just realized that like they weren't prepared for people being children. However, going through the art channel was a wild ride because there was a ton of furry porn on that front page. Tons of furry porn. I wouldn't say pornography. I would say furry nude stuff. Lots of boobs and dongs, point being. Lots of boobs and dongs. Oh yeah, I've heard that. I'm not angry at the creators for doing that at all. It's just I'm mad at the fucking incels. The goddamn incels ruin everything. Yep. So this was different, Maddie. So there was a day where Twitch unbanned it for art streamers, okay? Where art streamers could paint essentially tasteful nudity or just nudity, but not like sexual acts, right? And of course, like the whole day was just people essentially limit testing. They were just limit testing essentially. But then there was a group of basically people who would just go around mass reporting creators who were just doing even like, you know, fairly normal nude. Like if I were just painting like a nude figure right now, and then you get like enough reports where you get insta banned by the algorithm. And it happened to Jess. Yeah. I didn't do it that day. I was streaming, you know, it was only like a year ago. I decided to like let it figure out before just doing something like that. But it was pretty wild. But of course, like I said, incels just had to fucking ruin it. Instead of it just kind of developing and like people understanding what they can and can't do, it was such a problem that they just completely reversed it right away. Yeah, basically. True. Good point. Well, it's just like because it's like they would just show up and then report and then leave and go to another. So like that banning happened to a bunch of people. Yep. Bunch of fuckers. It's kind of like everything. Insecure dudes ruin everything. I don't even think it was Crusaders, though, honestly, Salt. I just think it was like a group of fuckers who just, like, I don't know, thought that that was fun or cool. It really is. Well, I mean, basically, I don't even blame Twitch, at least for their response and reversing it. There's very simple ways to fix this issue that they don't, but I think that they just don't want to bother with, like, advertising issues. But they also they should have known what was going, like, it is fairly obvious what would happen if you allowed nudity in the art arena. But I mean, like, you know, considering that they allow, like, bikini streams and stuff like that, I think it would be good for them to accommodate tasteful nudes, and they still could. But it's just effort that they don't want to do that. Like, all they have to do is create an art category for it, or just traditional art, which would expand to, like, a nudity tag or something like that, and they just, you know, and then just monitor how people try and abuse it. I would say, yeah, I mean, it would take some effort to monitor it initially, Maddie, but I don't think, you know, it's honestly, I don't think it would be that much of a difficult process, right? They would just need some type of manual review. They would just need some type of manual review, which they just clearly weren't willing to do. Hi, Cred55 Move. Welcome in. Thank you. Paint with oils, paint from life. This is our friend Ricardo Montobone. Real asshole, this one. Real asshole. Now, this painting will be for sale, everybody. It will be a little pricey, though. Will be a little pricey. Well, that's the thing, Salt, right? But, you know, it still is a simple solution, right? But since they're not willing to do that, obviously it means that it's most likely never going to happen. Oh, you're all good, Liarna. Hope you've been well. Yeah, the cops that protect me from you were curious what happened to you. They felt like they no longer had a purpose. So I would apologize to them first. I definitely think so. And it's probably a pretty good use for it. How much time do you paint this fella? I did about 3 plus 5. So we're at about 11 and a half hours. This is a pretty large painting too. I've been kind of taking my time though with this one. I also struggled dimensionally with this one a lot. But Cred, if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Anything. Probably too similar. Why do I groan more when I get off the floor? Did you eat a lot of beans? Did you eat a lot of beans? Do you regularly eat more beans? Yeah, did you eat too much pork? Well, there you go. Salt had me out. Thank you for looking that up, Salt. Oh, thank you, Cred. And you could take that to the bank. Legally, that's a binding answer. So that's a legally binding answer. Mm-hmm. Oh, that color. I'll take my 10. And I'll take my 90% when you. Well, I mean that was the agreement. We didn't say, you know. What are we? So what are we? What am I missing here? It's just part of the deal. No, no, no. With Liarna's, what Liarna was mentioning. Exactly. See, Jamboree gets it. I mean, you're friends with the cops. They miss you. You gave them purpose. You know, with all your threats of murder and stuff like that. Well, anyone, please think of the cops. Please. True. True. All right, good. All right, that's all. That's all we needed, Maddie. Of course, exact. Sea salt, you get it. Just like white men, the cops have been oppressed too long. Did you, Dan? How you doing, Todd? Did you? To the penis bone? The ass bone? I completely believe you, Liarna. I totally believe you. Nope. Oh, that is completely the wrong color. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Salt, what was I thinking just now? That's more correct. Cox, oh yeah. But, I mean, definitely that. Oh, do you cover your paint midway in between or wipe clean? I put on new paint every time I paint. I don't use old paint. That's just... There can be some archival issues with painting with semi-dry paint. And especially because I use a few paints that dry very quickly. You know, I don't bother. With just one painting? I don't... What do you mean? Like, do I pre-mix? Is that what you're asking? I just don't know what you're asking. Yeah. I know some people kind of get weird, not weird, but like, don't think that they can remix the same colors. I'm not one to, you know, subscribe to that. Oh, this was completely, you know, clean at the start. Apparently not. But I don't do the devil's ass play, Todd, with the bidet. Yeah. No worries. No worries. Toxicity. Yeah. Wiping is the devil's work. Same with bidets. Devil's work, I tells you. Do you think there's anybody who actually believes that? Not once, nope. I actually intentionally keep it, don't have water run by it while I'm taking a shower. Well, I don't take baths. What are you talking about, Maddie? That's every time. Wait, your poops are solid sometimes, Maddie? Yeah. You freaks. That's disgusting. Who has solid poops? Ew. I hope somebody just clicked onto my stream when I said that, like the moment I said it. So I would love to know the reaction. Oh my god, Todd, you should see a doctor. Solid poops? That's disgusting. Eyes of a tiger. There is a guy who does, a French guy who does that crud. There's a video on YouTube, and it's as pretentious as you think it is. As you can imagine, it's more pretentious. I agree, Jam. Jamboree, I thought of that off the top of my head, and I was pretty proud of that. Absolutely, Salt. It should burn. It should be like you're peeing out of your butt. And it should burn. Liarna, what are you talking about? What is Two Girls, One Cup that you said that you watched? Liarna, what is this Two Girls, One Cup you were saying you watched? Where is Miranda? We don't need to be reined in here, Dia. We don't need to be reined in. Yes, it's like Yeah, see a doctor immediately, Todd. Yeah, if anything, we need to let the reins loose. Exactly, Maddie. Marv. Oh my god, Cred55. It's a Liarna, is that true? Is Two Girls, One Cup the film that you said you watched? A Marvel film? Okay, all right. Mm-hmm. 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 The city. Makes my arm tired. Get buff for the painting, true. Hi, Yoni. Ricardo's a fucker, Yoni. Truly an icon. Are you a Ricardo fan, Yoni? Is the best time activity. You are? Yeah. Well, Ricardo's a prick, all right? You're a prick, Ricardo. Give him a cat? No. He does not deserve a cat, cred. Ricardo, ever since he arrived here, he just showed up out of the blue, has been demanding cigarette holders. Now, what type of maniac sex pervert demands cigarette holders? No, he's terrible. Awful. This vile sex pervert He doesn't know. Good, good, Cred. You get it. Do you, Amy? What was your problem with the last one? I like the last one. How are you, Amy? It's nice to see you. Our resident pervert has returned. That was a smash for you, Maddie? That is true. There was a basic instinct threatening with no actual basic instincting. Very disappointing. I'm glad you had a good time. The city. Yeah, you guys are all just gonna have to come visit again for Gargapalooza Part 4 colon Amy Palooza Part 2 colon Maddie Palooza Part 1 colon Lizzie Palooza Part 3. Good God! Oh, you're talking about the previous poop conversations, Mud? Oh, second time Two Girls One Cup came up today. What is that film, Amy? Liarna was talking about how much they enjoyed the film. What is that film that you're stating that you've watched? Oh, did you? Oh, it's a romantic comedy. Okay, that sounds good. Should I watch it? Hub Girl. It's Marvel. Okay, definitely should. Superman and Batman kiss. Okay. Well, what do you mean by like what does that mean though? Two girls, one cup. What's going on with? Why do they need a cup? What does that have to do with the Marvel universe? Talk to me like I'm a complete idiot buffoon that doesn't know anything. I'm a menace. I'm just trying to learn, Mud. Just trying to learn. Omizu describes it as a feast for the eyes. To celebrate the Rome. Okay. That makes sense to me. I'll ask my parents what they think. They've seen it. Oh, gotcha. Okay, they need one cup to, okay, alright. Well, this movie sounds like a real gas. Does anybody have it on Plex? This time active. Hi, Burger. It's on Netflix? Okay. All right. That's good to know. I'll check it out on Netflix. Levi Taint? Levi Tant. Okay, Levi Tant. Thank you for the follow. Hi, Catherine. Looking a little less creepy. Good. Well, I mean, yeah, a bowl of lemons would be a lemon party, wouldn't it? What else would a lemon party be? No, I fixed it. I said Tant. Levi Tant. Oh my god. How you doing, Levi? Thanks for hanging out, bud. If you have any questions, please let me know. It is, and I did find that duck, Amy. That's true, Maddie. Is that the only duck, or did you place ducks everywhere? Son of a bitch, Amy. I'm having people over again this week, so maybe more ducks will be found. I know people. It's one of the biggest one of the biggest holidays in the United States is Thursday. I really am, Dia. One of the biggest holidays in the United States is on Thursday. It is the NFL draft. The NFL draft. My brother, cousins, a couple of my friends are coming over. I mean, it's practically an international holiday. Well, Amy, you snore, but I cook, I host, and you hang out with your friends bullshitting for 6 hours, 7 hours. Does that not sound like the best time ever? Sashi. I'm gonna cook some pizza. I'm gonna cook some egg rolls. Yep. I do. I'm not funny enough, I'm not that crazy about it. I am a part of the leagues, but I'm not like a maniac about it. It's free vein. Yeah. I mean, if anybody wants to visit and come for the draft party, you're more than welcome to come. I'm hoping to get to meet basically a new niece. One of my best longtime friends had a baby 3 months ago, and they might be bringing her by, bringing them by. So I'm hoping to see that baby. Oh my God, Claire Jones. Oh my God, Claire Jones. It was really fun, Amy. It was really fun. I tried to get you guys here earlier, but you just had to see Lake Michigan. ITDS. All right, Amy. I mean, you can stay here if you need to. There is a airport in my city. That is true, Claire. Zombie Jesus Day. Devour. That's true. Blaze it for G. Oh, I got tons. Do you need some TDS? I got plenty. If you need some, I can give you some TDS. Happen. STD? No, there's TDS in YouTube on the YouTube's Dia. What is that badge? Yeah, what's that really cool? Oh, that's the cheer badge. Badge is super cool. No, 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 no. Oh, wait, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you could. I mean, if you take it all, I could just restart. But I'm down with that. Yeah, Todd, I have been for months. For months. Todd, if I need subscribers on YouTube desperately. Desperately. So if anybody's not subscribed to my YouTube, please, if you don't mind, giving a sub over there. Thank you, Maddie. Yeah, same TDS. Nobody asked you, Maddie. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky. I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you meant.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god! Arto Fajim! Art Zero Fajim! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Give us your links. Thank you, Catherine. Give us your links, Art Zero Fajim. And I will ask again. Welcome in. Give us those sweet, delicious links. Good. Everyone go follow Art Zero Fajim on all their links. Every single one. I've been following them for decades. Give them a follow or else. Oh, really cool. Oh, you're hitting the nostalgia button on some of these. Oh, these are really cool. There's a lot, Library. How are you doing, Library 88? Thought that was going to be brighter. Like Fjord? I'm just pronouncing it how I read it, okay? Thank you so much for the raid, Art Zero Fujim. Painting with oils today. Blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, I need to do that too. Enjoy cleaning up that bathroom. Sorry I left that huge mess in there. Sorry about that. I can't promise it won't happen again. My apologies. Thanks. Really appreciate it. Well, library, good news for you. All right, the library? Are you ready? Are you sitting down? I have some huge news for you, the library. Huge news. Are you sitting down?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink, you stink. All right, good. So, probably on Wednesday, the library, a brand new brand of paints that I'm being sponsored by, badly made professional oil paints are going on sale. The first set, the mixing palette, like I'm coincidentally like the streams I used to do, including titanium white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, pyrrole red, ultramarine blue, and burnt umber will be going on sale, most likely on Wednesday, maybe Thursday. But if you need oil paints, check out badly made professional oil paints. What time? I'm guessing early afternoon, Dia. I'm guessing early afternoon. Well, I wasn't planning on it, but I'm probably going to stream on Wednesday anyway, so I could arrange it around that time. Oh my god! Exactly, TDS, exactly. So, Dia, I'm probably going to have 9 sets available on Wednesday. I'm not doing pre-orders, but honestly, here, I'll say this. If you know you're going to do it or buy it on Wednesday, you could message me to reserve one. Or I could make the list. See, I don't want to make the listing without the pictures. You know what I'm saying? I'll hold you 2 sets. Fair enough, Dia. Dia, I'll hold you 2 sets. No, I'm just sponsored by them. library. They are definitely a third party. But yeah, Dia, I could reserve them. Well, I haven't worked out the exact price yet, Dia. I haven't worked out the exact price because it could be cheaper. Then I'm guessing it's probably going to be around 75. Will do. Do you have those addresses? I think I know who both of those are for. I believe. But I'll reserve 2 for you. So, because I can control the quantity that I have in, I can control the quantity that I put in there. So, Dia, I'm going to reserve 2 for you. And if anybody does want to reserve them, I could do that for the first batch. Now, the fact of the matter is, I can make these as I get orders, basically. So, even if like we're out of quantity, the most amount of weight will probably be 3 or 4 days before I ship them out. Well, Omizu, do you want me to reserve you one? So if I had the orders for it, Maddie, for the rest of the colors, my plan is to try and get them done within the next week. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea, Dia. That's a really good idea. I like that idea a lot. But these are professional grade oil paints. Dia, you have plenty of great ideas. I appreciate your advisement on subject. But so yeah, but Omizu, I could reserve you one too to make sure that you would get in on the first bunch. Like I said, I'm hoping it will be around. I would say the most it could possibly be is 75 to 80 plus shipping. I think it could be as cheap as 65. I think it could be as cheap as 65, but I have to work. There are a few paints that I haven't calculated the cost yet. That I will be doing in the next few days. Oh, good, Maddie. I could do that. Yeah, we could do that, Dia. I mean, I could just reserve them. And then, are you doing the full set? So I'm offering, okay, I'm going to be offering 12 colors in total. Okay. We have, titanium white, lead white, pyro red, ultramarine blue, lemon yellow, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, burnt umber. We're also going to be offering pyro red and scarlet, the 2 pyro reds, pyro orange, ivory black, and yellow ochre are the total amount of colors I'm planning to offer. Now, from time to time, there will be, if there's a pigment I want to test out, and I have some old pigments I might be able to make a few tubes of, they will be listed, but they're not going to be, unless people just like really want them, they will be, they won't be regulars, Basically, I'm planning the regular paints I'm putting on there are ones that I use, right? The idea, we could work that out, no problem. Yeah, so occasional special editions. Because there are a few colors I'm looking for, Dia, that will require some, that I will probably buy from time to time. I'm specifically looking for a direct alizarin crimson alternative to make with oils. Of course, Dia. Thank you. I might eventually do a purple as well, but frankly, I'm not a huge fan of the purple pigments, and the pigments I currently offer make awesome purples. So those most likely a directly purple pigment is probably never gonna happen as a permanent fixture. But I would be open if people really wanted one to doing runs of one every now and again. That's if it's like really wanted, of course. Exactly, dear. The fact of the matter is that quinacridone magenta and ultramarine blue make as good of a purple as available out there. And frankly, the best purple that I'm aware of is, well, the two best purples. One is way too expensive, and the other one isn't light fast. Or not light fast to the standards that I hold for the pigments I use. So for anyone who's using dioxazine purple, stop it. It has light fast. So what you're telling me is you've never used it? So it's dioxazine, Dioxazine, dioxazine purple. It's a fairly saturated dark purple. It's actually a decent color. It's just that it's not light fast. So good. Maddie, honestly, it was that will save you so much stress and headaches. Um Oh, TDS, sorry I missed that. What are some great starter colors? The five, if you look at my past streams, TDS, on the color mixing streams, that's the first set I'm offering. And that set will really beat it down into on mixing colors. That's what I started with, for example. Yeah, no, I just saw it, Pickles. Sorry I missed that, TDS. So those five are titanium white, pyrrole red, a lemon yellow, specifically either cadmium or bismuth vanadate, lemon yellow, ultramarine blue, and burnt umber. That can make, so it's really bad with purples. That palette is bad with purples. That palette is mediocre greens, nothing very vibrant. But for representational painting, it kind of does everything you need it to do. Sap green approachable. You son of a bitch. Mizu. There, yeah. Thank you, Pickles. All right, who wants to do an oiliest of oily point question? And this is a special edition. Who wants to do a special edition, oiliest of oily point question? Who's ready? All right, Jamboree. All right. Here's the question. All right? Is everybody ready and sitting down? Sit down, everybody. All right, the question is, nope, sit down. The question is, there are currently 3 pigments that are only made for use in artwork. It's the only demand. So they're not used commercially, they're only produced for artwork. Okay? Name me. So only answer one of them. I'm going to hand out 3 oiliest of oily points here. I'm going to hand out 3. So only answer one of them. Okay? This is a special edition. Malachite is incorrect. What 3 pigments are only produced for use in art? Maddie, that is correct. Maddie gets an oiliest of oily point. You're out for the rest of it. That is 1. Pickles, that is incorrect. Oh, hot damn. Pickles, you are correct. Pickles. That is correct. There is 1 more. Pickles, you're out for the rest of it. There is 1 more pigment only created for use in art. What? We have lead white. We have alizarin crimson. What is the third? This is for oops, everybody. This is for oops. For poops? Not for poops. Maddie, you can't answer anyways. Anyone else? Looks like we have no other guessers. Lapis lazuli? Nope. Not lapis lazuli. Joanna, you're a painter, right? So you have heard of this color. Damn it! So we've guessed lead white and alizarin crimson. Oh my god, Sashi. Do you not want an oiliest of oily point? Cerulean blue? No. Sashi, there are 3 pigments that are only produced for use in art. What are those 3? And we've had lead white guessed and alizarin crimson guessed. What is the third? Yep. Tyrian purple? Nope. So an oiliest of oily point gets you a hand-painted 4x4 inch black spot curse that I will send to you once it dries. You could also use it to trade with the fellow people in the stream. On purple? Nope. I think there's a caveat on regularly produced Sashi because there are companies that do make on purple and like, you know, but I think those are for conservators where these other ones aren't. Because there is no industrial use for like Han purple and stuff like that, but that's true. Any other guesses? You all know the name of this. I'm willing to bet most of you know the name of this pigment. This is for an oiliest of oily point. There should be riots in the streets. These opportunities don't come often. Cadmium? Well, I need the specific, but cadmium is incorrect. Your mom, cobalt teal? Nope. I'll keep on guessing. Cobalt blue? Nope. Nope, not that. Definitely not that. Ass blaster green? Nope. Mud, there are two of them are already been answered. And this is for an oiliest of oily point. There are 3 pigments that are currently made just exclusively for artist work. Name one of them, and you get an oiliest of oily point. Lead white was guessed, which is correct. Alizarin crimson was guessed, which is correct. What is the third? Vermilion red? Nope. I don't know. Maybe if you've watched the stream before, you might know the name of this. You might know the name of this pigment. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe if you've watched the stream. I think I've said very few things and stuff. You can. Of course you can. That's part of it. Other people can do it too. Lamp black, nope. Brown ochre, nope. Bone black, nope. Cerulean, nope. Already guessed. Viridian is correct. Jamboree. Viridian with an I. Viridian. Correct. So these are pigments that are exclusively made for the art industry, but Jamboree just got it with Viridian. There you go, Jamboree. You have an oiliest of oily point now. Get oiled. Sponsored by Badly Made Paints. Congrats, y'all. See, Joanna, did you know the name of that pigment? Get oiled. I used to paint with a Viridian. That's why I gave that hint. Oops. Well, you know, it's just it is different, but yes, it's a lot stronger. I mean, that's why. So, Maddie, that's why I no longer use Viridian on my palette, right? Because there's not really a point. But look at how much you know now, Jamboree. Uh, yeah. As I learned more about it and my color needs changed or wants changed, my opinion changed. Which I reserve the right to do. Are you talking about for your massive penis, Jamboree? Well, thank you, Sashi. That is very sweet. From the watercolors, Dia. From the watercolors. Oh, gotcha. Dia, I love that you just come in with that disappointment. Makes me laugh. could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky. I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. Hey, Assy Bro 84, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Shit. I only took one break, right? A bit ago. I'll take a break. I'll take a break. Thank you for the reminder, bud. Alright, we're gonna take a break. I'll run ads then. Yeah. That's too long. I should take a break. Oh, we're getting to the home stretch. I'm gonna finish this today. Alright. Oh my god, Sashi. Alright, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Take it or leave it. Those are my demands. But you have to stay. We're gonna run ads. Oh my god, Sashi. Alright, 5-minute break. We'll have fun, Sashi. And, yeah. We'll see you when we get back. We're gonna run ads starting now. We'll see you then. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. Oh, are we back? Are we live? Where am I? Who is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. What year is this? All right. Back to the pile, everybody. No, no, no. Could be brown, I could be blue. Ahem. Go a little bit aggressive to make this look like how I want to. Let's see if this works. Maybe not. Apparently I didn't miss that, just I didn't. Whoops. Bye, y'all. See ya, Joanna. Nice to meet you. We'll see you next stream because you are stuck here forever. Maddie, shoot me. So the quick answer is no for the cheap version. For the cheap version, which works perfectly fine. Which is just the retouch varnish. And then you use like Gamvar or just another like UV gloss gloss varnish on top of it, so it's 2 layers.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god! Boosted brims? Welcome in. Jesus Christ! Jesus! Jesus Christ! I got raids coming out of my ass! Welcome in, Boosted Brims. How are you? What were you working on? Give us your links or else. A lot of raids today, that is true. Boosted Brims, I better see some links or else. Good. You could also give your Instagram if you'd like to post that as well. Lonks! Give us those sweet, delicious links. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be brown. Hmm. 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 Just curious. Just a little curious. Little paint curious. You're you're a fucker. Where are those links? Good. Jesus! Jesus Christ! Damn it! I thought you were out of ammo.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
But those are my points.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. Don't you dare boo me. Don't know if I want to do these rails.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining. Fucking glitch. Good. Everybody go check out Boosted Brim's Instagram or else. I'll try, Pickles. I'll try. Yep. For anybody who wants to donate to the Badly Made Paints Global Investment Fund, you will be rewarded with oiliest of oily points for every $50, oily points for every 5, and at $125 you get a free watercolor set.
For fuck's sake, another one!
Oh, holy shit, Jamboree. Oh my god. The hell? Damn, Jamboree. All right, Jamboree. I love pickles too, Boosted Brain. Thank you so much. All right, Jamboree, you get 2 oops, oiliest of oily points. You get 25 oily points, and you get a watercolor set. So, Jamboree, can you DM me a shipping address for yourself? Thank you so much. Holy shit. Holy shit! Thank you. That is super generous.
Nice.
Really appreciated. I spent $300 on pigments yesterday, so. And I had to buy tubes. Thank you so much. Tubes, yeah, I bought 80 tubes yesterday. Some oil, I bought Pyrrole Orange, I bought Phthalo Blue. And I bought 5 pounds of lead white. Orange. Yep, I bought Pyrrole Orange. And I don't think I'm going to reserve any initially for watercolors, but I do have plans to make Pyrrole Orange to be the last major color I add to my watercolor range. Thank you, Jamboree. I have a feeling this background's going to suck. I hope you like them. I think it will be very enlightening for people to see kind of like what the difference can be, right? really having problems seeing this because of the glare. This to reduce the glare. Does help a little. Yeah, I mean, it only affects like a specific area of it, Dia. So you know, in this case, yeah, I'm gonna move it so I can see. Just thinking out loud. True. All right, fair, fair. Boo doo boo doo doo. Can't really see this anymore. That's okay. That's okay. All the paints you're using today, hand mold batches, or no, none of these are from the machine. This lead white was a tube that was given to me by Jan. So that's the only one that I didn't make that is currently being used. Um, but but yeah, none from the machine yet. I have them over here, but I'm kind of doing some tests on them. So I'm just going to be using the ones, you know, I've made previously. But I'm testing out if I'm going to have any separation issues with while using aluminum stearate on these. So I'm avoiding to use them anytime soon. Now, I am going to make these ones, and there might be separation issues on specifically the bismuth vanadate one, but you know, it's still not going to affect the quality, but I would like to avoid separation for the paints I sell. But it's not, you know, it's not like it's not like something that means like the paint is bad. It's just a function of paint without significant amount of additives.
have a nuclear weapon.
Oh my god! Oudanet! Welcome in. Welcome in, Ouda. Give us those links now. Or else. Give us your links, Oudanet, before we have a problem. You're so choofed. What does choofed mean? Give us your links now. I will say it again. Good. 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 Everyone go follow Outernet on all their links, including their OnlyFans. It's great OnlyFans. Really high recommend. Check it out. Out of clothes. See? Good. Good. Everyone check that out. Thank you so much, Outernet. How was your stream? What were you working on? Still trying to fix the music equipment? Well, I hope that's going well. Sounds like a real pain in the nards. It'll get done eventually. Boo doo boo doo 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 boo boo doo 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 boo. Have a good one, Outernet. Thanks for the raid, bud. Enjoy your wank. Have a good one, Mud. Thanks for hanging out. Nini. Still gotta do this goddamn chair. We should do this. I don't think so, Maddie. I think I'm gonna just power through and finish this. I just switch brushes on myself? Maybe not. Maybe I don't need to bother this much with what I'm doing. This area. Fuck. That looks so much different. Maybe I should do another run at this. I need another day to look at this chair, but then again, let's see. I'm gonna go longer. We'll see. kind of wish I had a bigger brush. You know what we forgot to do today? I completely forgot. I forgot to do to see if we wanted to do the banana and kiwis as like a penis. Remember we talked about that? Sorry, I forgot. God. I mean, that's if I do another one of this. Oh, the next painting? Yeah. Yeah, always could be another option. Everything seems so. a difference. The Aaron Schmitz. Thank you. Oh. If you have any questions, please let me know. I probably now I'm kind of seeing an issue. I should have put this arm on this hand with the cigarette. But That is what it is. Well, yeah, let's wipe it. Let's redo it. Let's see. All right, so now this goddamn chair that I was struggling with color-wise. Let's clear off some room so I can have colors. Or Maddie, should we wipe it like you recommended? We just scrap it? Throw it out? We done? All right. Well, Maddie said so. We're gonna have to wipe it. Add a pineapple. Yeah. Let's see. I've been struggling with this color. Not as blue, I think. Go this. This is a weird color. I'm not a weird color. Yeah, greens are. Because when you add white to them, they change so much. But I gotta do this confidently. Gotta stop being a coward sometimes. I have a feeling confidence will work a lot better than like perfect color here. Know what I'm saying, dog? Confidence stroking only. Sorry, Dia. Sorry. Perfect timing, though. Good. Good. This so much. Why is this? Oh my god! The hell? Big weird asshole. Welcome in. Reinforce some of the darks. Well, if you pooped yourself before you saw the scary painting asking for a friend, then you just blame it on the scary painting. I don't want to put out more. Oh, they are a big weird animal. It's just the constant pain of torment from these bastards, specifically Maddie. Let's see how. All right, name of the game is Confidence. Will I have the balls to just leave it? That color seems too cold. So let's do this. Let's go a little bit warm. Excuse me? What do you mean, Maddie? Are you gonna disagree with what I'm saying? Dia agrees. Dia agrees. You seem too cold. Needs it dark. Need like a transition. Yeah, you agree with me, of course. Of course. Of course, yeah. Hi, Manuel. How you doing, bud? Confident. We'll see if this works. Confidence. 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 Confidence.
Wait.
Push this.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god! Jeremy Stoltz? What do I owe this pleasure? Oh my god, another raid. Welcome in, Jeremy. How you doing, bud? I hope you've been well. Hope you've been well. What were you working on? Please post your links or else. Post your links or else. Or else. Oh, all right. Fine. Fine. I see how it is. Oh, awesome. Would you like to post your links? Not like you have a choice. And oh yeah, sorry. Queen Wolfie, thank you for the follow. There we go. Everybody go follow Jeremy. We are painting from life. As you could see, how painting from life. Oh, we're almost done. Gotcha. Well, everybody go follow everything that Jeremy does, or else. Are you still streaming every day, by the way? Nordic, the skeleton's name is Ricardo Montobone. Day the Gay Fae. Welcome in. We voted on it, Nordic. And we came up with Ricardo Montobone. Hot damn. Good for you, man.
Nice.
Welcome in, everybody. If you have any questions, please let me know. We're painting with oils. Blah, 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 blah. Green bag's a bastard. Now, Mr. Blu-ray, it may look like you, but this is actually Ricardo Montobone. So unless you're sitting right here, it could just be a coincidence. The Art Impressionista. Welcome in. Love the name. Big fan of Impressionism. Yep, I am painting with oil. Thank you. Yep, I'm painting with oil, and I make my own. That color just. And if you're an oil painter, fuck cubism. If you are an oil painter, I'll have a good one, Jeremy. Thank you so much for the raid. New sponsor, badly made professional oil paints. They're going to be on sale starting on Wednesday, maybe Thursday. Wednesday or Thursday. Okay? Professional made oil paints. Thank you. I think it really reflects the quality. But they're oil paints, only pigment and binder. They'll be the strongest paints you ever use in your goddamn life. I could calculate it for you right now. 640 plus 5, 1140 plus 3, 14. Probably about 14 and a half hours. This is pretty long because this is a large piece. I usually do paintings in one sitting, but I split this up. I split this up into 3. Yeah, like I said, I kind of practice to do it in one, but this is this is 24 by 36 inches, so this is a fairly large painting, and I didn't want to like just super stress myself out to do this on one sitting, because I figured this was going to be at least 10 plus hours. How you doing, Dragon Tamer Penny? I'm going to be starting to expand it more. I usually would do 18 by 24s, but now I'm going to make a concentrated effort to do even larger ones because I have some scenes planned. Thank you, Dio. I'm doing all right, Dragon. Thank you for asking. Chair? What do you mean, pickles? No, 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 no. No, they're not. Is a chair. Dragon Tamer Penny, thank you for the follow. Alright, do we want to call this? Maybe, hold on. Yeah, everybody should follow Dia's lead. Dia never looks away from the screen. One of my favorite and best viewers, Dia, of course, because they never let me down. They just always are paying tons of attention, and I don't know what I would do if I found out that wasn't. I don't know what I would do. Good. Good. You get it, Dragon Tamer. Yeah, it looks like. Should fix that. Hopefully soon. You know, you never know. And we got to see if it sells for the $3 million that it should sell for. Okay, let's call it. Fuck it, we're done. Oh, check that, reverse that. One last thing.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. You stink. I mean, I'm gonna list this for probably 1,000. I don't know if it will sell, but who knows. But the material cost in this alone is pretty significant. Son of a bitch! Dragon Tamer Penny, how could you? Possibly. I mean, I tried to do a lot of this confidently. Right, have a lot of confident brush strokes. Yeah, you just murdered me. I swear we're almost done. We need trains. Thank you, Amizu. Well, no, I was cursed by a witch in the woods. Basically, I came across a witch in the woods. I hit them with my car, and they cursed me with eternal life. But like the shitty kind, where I still age. I know. Come on, Nordic. I don't lie. I don't lie. I've never told a lie in my life. True. It would. I am a yapper. This is true. You know me well, Nordic. Oh my god! Day the Gay Fae? What the hell? What the hell? Son of a bitch.
I said good day.
Good day. Oh, laugh it up. Laugh it up. All right, let's call it. We're done. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're done. Don't laugh at me. No. Stop laughing. I'm not a joke. All right, we're done.
Boo this man.
No. Don't boo me either. No.
Prank him, John.
I think that name works, Dia. All right, let's clean up. Don't smoke.
Hey,
There's a lot of pain. Yes, Pickles? Thank you, Stoic. All right, everybody. So, all right. I don't know when my next stream is for sure. Because I need to make paint. That is true, Pickles. I need to make paint. I will see if I can try and stream some of it. But I do plan on streaming on Wednesday for sure. And hopefully Monday in some capacity. If I could stream paint making and figure that out, how I want to do that, I'll be streaming a lot of paint making. But there's some, like I said, complications to that I need to figure out. Don't crickets me. What the hell? What the hell, Day the Gay Fae? I love saying your name. It's very fun. But what the hell? Goddamn son of a bitch. Alright. 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 And now while you're all here... I know why you're all watching. Apparently, Mr. Blu-ray. It really is, Day. I know why you all waited 7 hours. Why we're all here. It's time to wipe the D. Time to wipe the D, everybody. Live and uncensored. I might get banned for this. I might get banned for this. But we have to do it. We have to do it.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh, Lord. Oh, this is shameful.
Oh my glob.
Indeed. Oh, why are you watching this, you sick fucks? Oh, you all disgust me. Oh my, why am I doing this? What am I doing? Oh, jeez. Oh. This does creep me out. I'm sorry, Dia. God, it's so moist. Indeed, Stoic. Oh, I can't believe you're all watching this. Good, Pickles, good. Dia, I have to do this, though. I have to do this. The Japanese businessmen are watching. Okay, we're done wiping the D. Okay. All right, so yeah, for anybody who wants to semi-pre-order paints, just shoot me a message in Discord, please. Dia, I'm accounting 2 for you. But if anybody wants to, like, you know, wants me to reserve them for you, like I said, I'm basically releasing a set of 5 colors on Wednesday or Thursday, most likely Wednesday. And I'm expecting it to probably be around anywhere from $70 to $80. What's going on, Dia? You know what I mean? Wait. What do you mean? Oh yeah, so if oh, nothing? Okay. I was confused. I was more confused than I normally am. But let's find somebody to raid. So yeah, Jamboree, thank you again for the generous donation. Thank you all for watching and all the raids today. I really do appreciate the support. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Oh, Jamboree, and then message me in Discord your shipping address so I can send you watercolors, okay? And if anybody wants to support, check out the Ko-Fi. Okay, thank you, Jamboree. I gotta find something. Nice to meet you, Dragon Tamer Penny. Thank you for the follow. Alright. Who should we raid? I haven't raided Pelias in a long time because I haven't been streaming this. So we're gonna raid Pelias or MacGyver. They're playing a game. Let's raid Pelias. All right, we're gonna raid a miniature painter who paints with miniatures with oil paints. He's one of the reasons I actually got started in oil painting. Really good dude. Have a good one, Jamboree. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Yeah, Pelias, thank you so much. And yeah, check out the Discord for next stream. That's where I update when I'm streaming next. Like I said, I'm gonna try and do a paint making stream. I really have to figure out some difficulties with that. Oh, I'll see you in hell, Maddie. Amy, have a good night. Shasta, Dia, Mr. Blu-ray, Jamboree, Dragon Tamer, Day the Gay Fae, Maddie, Nordic, It's like we need an engineer. Pickles, thank you so much. And yeah. Stoic Booty, pleasure as always. Nini, everybody, and until next time. Till next time. Omizu and the YouTube people, thanks as well. All right, bye, everybody.